Hello and welcome back to Minecraft 1.7.10 Legacy featuring witchery and a bunch of other nonsense. I have come to a realization, and that is that we can get the additional ender pearls, or rather, the additional ender eyes that we need without necessarily having to hunt endermen. Because we know a guy. He just happens to live somewhere else. So let's send our battery over. And sure, the sword too. And this, why not? In fact, we have a spare air sled. So that can go to our dream self. And thusly, I'm even going to send these duplication grenades over, because we'll never use them here. Thusly prepared. Let's go gather some information. We'll send some of these tools back for repair or destruction. Frankly, I don't really care which. I also had the thought of making a sprinkler system. Should have done that. Agricraft sprinkler system. We can do that before we come back. Oh. Well, that's a problem. I went to place the air sled, and it's gone. Well, I knew the Dream Realm didn't allow some things, like summons. The Rift spell doesn't work here either. Just trust me on that one. What I didn't know is that it would delete things like the air sled when you tried to use them. So I guess we're going to see this priest on foot. Wait. If the air sled doesn't work, then the dupe grenades won't work either, right? No, apparently they work just fine. He doesn't have my skin, though. And he's gone already. So if I throw this really far and switch items before it lands, then he has in hand what I have in hand. Neat. I wonder if I can use these to fool the Mirror Demon. These are advanced questions for some other goal. Right now I gotta walk all this way because apparently I can't fly. And then once we figure out what this guy wants in exchange, we'll have to do it all over again. So basically, I'm planning on buying. Hello? Stop that. As I was saying, planning on buying the 3 Ender Pearls, or rather, the 3 Eyes of Ender we need to finish opening the end gate. Which means we've got to refresh ourselves on what the priest in the distant village wanted. I think it was emeralds. I don't know if I have enough emeralds to pay him. But better to go confirm. Then once we figure it out, we can either collect what he wants and come back again, or we can try and kidnap him, bring him to the real world, and trade with him in the comfort of our own home. I do have that small trading area set up in the menagerie for exactly that. So it might not be a bad idea. These guys here in the dream world won't miss him anyway. So we had locked our priest in here. There you are. We have a farmer who's buying wheat. They can't leave. They're too busy fighting. Selling arrows, you are buying wheat. I will take you. You are selling Eyes of Ender for emeralds. I'm going to take you too. You're selling bread, don't care. I habitually check the second floors of these church buildings, even though there's nothing here, because I'm used to Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft used to hide things up here. Anyway, now I no longer need this waypoint, because the priest is in my inventory. Is there anybody else here with good trades? No. Just guards and pigs. There sure are a lot of guards. Well, let's pass back the battery and sword. Also pass back the quartz spheres. I think that's the only things that we need to give back to ourselves. And time to wake up. Now I've got 2 villagers, these spheres. One of our air sleds was deleted by Dream World nonsense. That's a bit irritating, but there's nothing to be done about it. These quartz spheres can also go into storage. The witchery storage here is it's a bit full. Just a wee bit overcrowded in here. Maybe some of these items should go into storage over here. Like, I could see putting the plants in here. Hello. Now, what do we have for plants? Mandrake, belladonna, artichoke, wolfsbane, icy needles count, wormwood counts. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mandrake can be 7. And I could use an 8. But that's not exactly a requirement. You know what would be nice? If I got rowan berries from the farm that we've got going on upstairs. I should. It's planting and harvesting rowan trees. But we haven't seen a single rowan berry pop up in the system here. In fact, I don't even think rowan berries are part of the filters over here. No. I've never had to pull rowan berries out. They just aren't happening. Even though we are clearly getting rowan trees. Interesting. And more than a little stupid. Anyway, we've got to get to the menagerie to drop our new villagers off. You are the priest. You are the farmer. Our villager kidnapping proclivities could also help us later as well. That's a lot of dogs. I gotta do something about all those dogs. Let's get back to the main level. Need to get some wheat to sell. And emeralds with which to buy. What can go in that 8th slot for witchery? Oh, garlic. That makes sense. I always forget about garlic in terms of plants because it doesn't have its own seed. No, all of these are locked. Is anything else not locked? You are not finished, so you don't have to be locked. And you are now locked. We can also consider breeding emerald bees, but that would require emerald ore, which I'd have to go find. Still, could be useful. For now, I'm taking our wheat supply and some other things as well. Because you never know what a farmer villager is willing to buy. And then we need our emerald supply. This is only going to be worth 1. And go do some business. First, you have some wheat. In fact, have all of the wheat. He's also selling arrows. I don't really care about that. I just want to buy as much wheat. That looks like the limit of wheat. I could buy some arrows from him, but I don't know if that would reset his trades. Probably not. And this is what we need. But that's gonna have to wait. You. I will take 2 of these. And I guess I'll try to reset these guys' trades. It might not work like that. It does work like that. Not enough to buy a 3rd one. But with this alone, we have enough to get into the end. So, it's time to take on that dragon. These will get us into the end. Then we'll need our bow, a beginning supply of arrows, and I think that's basically it. This is the old Ender Dragon, so it doesn't really do anything fancy. And the end crystals, I believe, don't have iron bar cages around them yet. I think. If they do, we might have to deal with that. Also add another multi-shot. So now it's triple arrows. And this should be enough to handle our little ender problems. Let's go. Ow, what? What's happening? Why am I inside the ground? This is not at all where that should have gone. I was off target. Well. Oh, that one's got silverfish in it. This one probably also has silverfish in it because bricks is incorrect. That's okay, we can handle that. Silverfish do not come out if their block is silk touched. I've been lied to. That's not supposed to happen. Oh well. Let's toss these bricks. I thought that said monster egg for a second. Get the rest of our eyes going. And the portal is open. Silently. Because this is before that... Uh-oh. I wasn't ready. No matter. We're ready now. The dragon is out and about. It is chasing us. But yeah, this is old Ender Dragon fight. So we have crystals absolutely everywhere, pretty much at random. And they all must go. Whoa. I think he pushed us. Actually, I should say she. Ender Dragon is canonically female. I used to know her name. Go away, I am busy depriving you of your power. I think we're almost out of end crystals. Ow. Actually took some damage. Have some arrows. It looks like there are no more end crystals for her to heal from. So it is arrow time. This is also before the Ender Dragon had a perching behavior, because the exit doesn't exist until after she dies. There is no central bedrock thing. I'm awful with the bow. But it doesn't matter. She is out. There's the usual hail of experience, the egg itself, and the exit. The return portal has only just appeared. Also, apparently a single piece of sulfur. Let's not ask where this came from. Okay, where'd it go? I want that. There it is. The particles that it spawned when it moved away were misleading. Drop the egg off the torch, collect the egg. Apparently I looked an Enderman in the face, but none of them are coming after me. Anyway, we came here for a few reasons. One of them is to collect ender pearls. One of them is to collect end stone, because that is also a witchery potion ingredient. I think it's the final ingredient for dispersal linger. So I'll just grab a bunch of this. There's also the collection of ender pearls. I don't know if I mentioned that already. Probably. So we are going to tear up a whole bunch of end stone. Some to keep, some to make an anti-Enderman defense area with. Do a little pearl collecting. There is also one other purpose that we came here for. And that is these little lights over here. Ender hives. That is the last natural bee type. And we need to get into those bees because those bees will get us into infinite ender pearls. They're also dangerous for a couple of reasons. They have an effect called Ends, which is, it's like aggressive from the Hell Bees, but worse. It does more damage, it ticks faster, it's also considered void damage, so it ignores armor. So I'm going to want to put these Ender Bees some distance away from myself, my base, my animals. These bees also have an extended territory gene, which I want to extract. But mostly the reason I want them is because they produce Mysterious Comb, which spins into ender pearls. Well, it spins into a new type of propolis which can be combined into ender pearls. But that's all the same. Alright, let's look some in the face. They are not becoming angry. Okay, you are. Jeez, that's loud. There's an angry one on top of my thing. Which, only happens in these legacy versions. I've never had Endermen go on top of the thing in more recent versions of Minecraft. Anyway, we are here to collect ender pearls and these bees. So let's grab our bees, then make a bunch of Endermen angry, and then harvest them. In some versions, some mods, I remember there being bees underneath the end island. I don't know if that's currently true, and this is very nerve-wracking to look. Because even though I can see the Y value, and I know I'm not in the void taking damage, this is still very scary for me. I don't remember what version or what mod, but I definitely remember there being, like, the obsidian pillars would extend below the bottom of the end island, and there would be oblivion bees down here. might be extra bees, that might be magic bees. It's just some other add-on mod that I did not install. Apparently we have collected all 2 ender beehives. I really expected more. Hopefully in just those 2 we've collected enough bees for our purposes. But I kinda doubt it. Oh, 2 pristine. That'll do it. That's all we need. Are endstone slabs a thing? Well, ender tubes are a thing that don't do anything. We can replicate endstone, which is kind of an interesting recipe. And that's it. Endstone does nothing else. Noted. Well then. Let's make Endermen mad. En masse. Huh. The spells are hitting them. Oh, I should be using my luck potion. Because we're gonna farm the crap out of these guys. They're just so loud, though. I can't even hear myself. We definitely got one up on top again. Alright, how many is that? Over 2 stacks. Let's keep going. We'll just throw a bunch of damaging spells to make them angry. That should draw them over. And we finish them with looting. I keep using the bow for that, but it doesn't seem like the bow is working. It's like the arrows fly through the It's like the arrows fly through them and then they just don't care. It's like, come on guys. You just had to teleport to dodge. Doesn't that make you angry? And the answer apparently is no. Hitting me with lightning damage, though, definitely does make them angry. But now that we've collected our bees and a decent stock of pearls, we can go. There's also this thing. This is a flicker. My armor does not have flicker lure, so they tend to disappear if I get close. But if I had armor with flicker lure, then we'd be able to collect them and get into some of the Ars Magica, well, flicker habitat and seal bits. Ars Magica 1 had seals you could make before flickers existed that did interesting passive things. Ars Magica 2, you need to power them usually, and they have many of the same effects. But there we go. The end. We'll make a containment for the end stone. We've got the dragon egg, that'll be important later, actually fairly soon. This will hold end stone, and also, I don't know. I haven't decided what the other slot is to be for. We'll worry about that another time. Bow and arrow can go back. I don't know what to do with all these torches. We just kind of have torches because they've been outmoded. They are obsolete. Let's make some more of these casings so we can get some more basic apiaries going. Because we need more bee stuff to happen. Also, I don't know what kind of climate these things demand. Ender, longer, slow, large territory, fertility 1, flower type end. That's a lot of bad stuff. I'll have to fix a lot of that. Cold, normal. So I could get these guys into the winter hive. Maybe. And of course they mutate, but we knew that. That's why I've been trying to get the Hermitics to a point where they'll give me their species tag. I have the secluded species tag, but in order to make another Hermitic that way, I would have to buy another monastic. So let's see if we can fix these bees a bit. Because among other things, they have this ends effect, which is really bad. They also have large territory, which I want. So let's see what we can do for upgrade. Tolerances, Effect Explorer, Flowers, ignores day, night. It's missing territory, which is good, because I want to preserve the territory trait. It has flowers, which overwrites this. The end flower is the dragon egg, which is absolutely ridiculous. Because back here on Minecraft 1.7.10, there is one dragon and one dragon egg. Period. Technically, one of my mods is able to revive the Ender Dragon, but it costs the dragon egg to do so. So there's still only one egg. Period. Alright, let me get this Ender pair through our standard upgrade template. Hopefully this drone survives. If it doesn't, we have only one left. They're pristine, though. Shouldn't be a problem. It's ignobles that you have a chance of killing. So now we have some upgraded Ender Bees that we can more or less safely safely get going. Maybe I could even put them in here and just have them go continuously. I could even make a... and we don't need the seal upgrade anymore, because these are rainproof bees. So I could get, like, a cold in here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Our Industrious and their seal upgrades are being retired. Our Imperial and their seal upgrade are being retired. I'm pretty sure there's no end upgrade. There's no end emulation. It's already a bit much to ask that there's a hell one. What we need is temperature down. And we might not even need that. They might be able to tolerate where we're putting them. So I may as well check that first. Our Industrious and Imperial get stored. These leftovers... I think I should just burn them. And now let's see if our NBs can run. They seem fine. They cross with Hermetic into Spectral, and then back again with themselves into Phantasmal. And we have Mysterious Combs and no specialty, which means they don't have to be in the end specifically. Specialty produce usually requires them to be in a specific biome, or at least think they're in a specific biome. These upgraded NBs will just kind of run. The next thing we can do is take one of our Hermetic drones and cross it with the other Ender Princess. And this will give us Spectral. Spectral gets rid of the Ends trait, and now it has a trait called Reanimation, which is... it's a bit weird. It also requires the End Flower. And cold biomes. See, I want to preserve the Reanimation trait and get it for myself, because it could be useful. But this is also a dangerous trait, because what Reanimation does is, if you drop the drops of a mob in this bee's territory, it will resurrect that mob. So, at least that's what I've read. I've never seen or used these before. So what I really need to do here is improve the bee, especially giving it flowers, without destroying its effect. And it looks like this template will do everything I want it to. I don't want longer lifespan right now, but improving its fertility and getting rid of flowers, or getting rid of flowers end is just as good. The issue with this specifically is that a queen is technically 2 bees in 1. So we can go ahead and use the imprinter to apply this. Oh, but first I want to add flowers to it. Just get it off the dragon egg as its flower type. Oh hi, I forgot you guys were in here. But it will have the genes that we've given it for only 1 generation. It will then split into a spectral princess and a spectral drone, which will have a mix of its own base traits and the traits we give it now. Because technically we're giving these traits only to the princess, and the drone, which we can no longer affect because it's a queen now, still has the traits of its base type. So I'm going to put that in here without the automation upgrade. And this, with its longer lifespan, is going to have to run until it dies. Our last Ender Drone, I guess, can go into storage. Whoa, I all spun around there. Suddenly got lost in my own base, didn't know where I was. Speed, tolerance. Give me Hermetic. That's all I want from you is the Hermetic species trait. Thank you. Sometimes you just have to be firm. The funny thing is, now that I've got it, I no longer need it. Because we've just used it for breeding for the only thing we need. So this last drone... I mean, do I have secluded in storage anywhere? I should. But I don't. I don't have austere anywhere either. Funny how the Forested Meadows beelines don't themselves upgrade at all. Unless common and cultivated are their upgrades. Which is a thought, maybe they are. Every other base bee has its own upgrade type. Wintry becomes glacial. Tropical becomes exotic to Edenic. Exotic by itself is kind of useless. It becomes Edenic, then you don't need it anymore. Marshy becomes boggy. I guess I'm going to put this here. So secluded can go here, and then it becomes hermitic. Then we have Ender at the ready. Let's also test that resurrection trait. It's going to be interesting. So if I grab... Let's make it easy. Grab a couple pork chops. Will you just make pigs? I guess not. How about a pork chop? I think I've been lied to. Alright, how about a stack of pork chops? It's not working. Is this one even running? It is running. We're getting these mysterious cones. And everything else. Hey Raven, welcome back. We just took out the Ender Dragon. Got ourselves some End Bees and did a little bit of gene modding. This will get us Ender Pearls eventually. Mysterious combs become pulsating propolis, which becomes pulsating mesh, which can be combined in a carpenter to make ender pearls. And this gives us the ability to literally manufacture ender pearls, which, funnily enough, is less impressive than our ability to just go to the end and collect some. But you work with the resources you have, not necessarily the resources you want. With the acquisition of the Ender Bee, our forestry is essentially complete once we get this spectral up to phantasmal. I don't really know what the benefit is of spectral and phantasmal over the base ender. I mean, phantasmal has another 10% chance for the mysterious cones above base ender, which is 30%. Spectral. Oh, Spectral's the best at 50%. So maybe we keep the Spectrals. We'll just keep rocking out these mysterious cones. Four mesh is just shy of a pearl. So that doesn't get us where we need to be. Sky obstructed. Since when do you care? I guess I didn't give them the cave dwelling trait. They might not be rain immune either, then. But that's fine, I can give them open sky. And let's ignore the seal upgrade. We'll just give them open sky. Now be happy. Be happy and be. Gotta hang on to this automation upgrade as a reminder that we have to keep checking on this one until it dies. Indeed. Don't worry. Be happy. I will chance upon the undead. Okay. I guess. I mean, they're everywhere. That's not much of a prophecy. Also, where did I get 3 blue skill points? Wait. Forget where I got 3 blue skill points. Where did all of my magic go? Oh, I know what happened. Going to the end does this. This is an issue I've seen with Ars Magica 2 on this version before. For some reason, visiting the end kind of confuses the game and resets your player data in some ways, or makes the game think you are a different player now. I'm going to try to go to the Nether and come back and see if that fixes it. If it doesn't, then I'm going to close down and immediately start it up again and see if that reminds it of who I am. If that doesn't work either, we're using console commands to get back to where we were. Excuse me, I need that. Okay, that fixed it. All our skill point assignments are back. Good. That could have been highly problematic. So now we still need skeleton skulls. Our eventual shift into vampirism can't happen without one. This one's kind of stuck in one of our traps. Ooh. Skull acquired. That's really all we need. I wouldn't mind another one, but we only need the one. Also, wherever this guy is, I gotta dig him up and light up that cave. Because monsters keep spawning wherever the heck this skeleton is. I can't get here. This is all it is. A little air pocket. Well, let's light this up so nothing else can spawn down here. And now this little hole in the ground will stop being a hiding place for zombies, skeletons, endermen, and everything else. Butterflies are getting a little out of control. Hello, cow. Wasn't there supposed to be a skeleton over here? Where did he go? Here's a little of everything. And I'm specifically using the Arthana on these skeletons for the chance of getting their skull. A normal sword can't do that. At least not without enchantments that don't exist in my current mod set. But now we have a skull, which means I'm going to need a space outdoors for the vampirism ritual site. Obviously not where all these flowers are. I guess that gap up there by the tree farm is just fine. This one is still not dead. Hurry up and be dead. Okay. Need a chicken, a skull, a bowline, a glass goblet. 8 redstone, a bunch of string, and 4 torches. I don't know how much string exactly, but we have enough string. That leaves the goblet. And the bottles and glass. I need more bottles anyway, don't I? Very much so. There's the goblet. It's kind of surprising that I've gone this long without making a bowline. They're pretty useful. It's a shears-like gadget that can also silk touch cobwebs without needing to be enchanted to do so. They are in fact how you are supposed to collect cobwebs for witchery purposes. And the last thing I need is a chicken. Which we know where to get chickens. We do have 2 chickens over here in the pen. Let's combine them to make exactly 1 more. And then steal 1. And now we have everything required. The stuff needed to draw the ritual circle, the creature and whatnot needed to perform it. The last thing is to actually create the space. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 7 by 7, effectively. Which means 1, 2, 3, space 1 is the radius from the skull itself. Huh? That would be the chance upon the undead prophecy. It literally just spawned behind me. How very rude. Alright, so there's the string circle, the redstone, the torches. Open to the moon. I guess we can butcher the chicken over the skull anytime. To pour the blood on the skull at night. Maybe. It's worth testing. So we have the goblet, the bowline, and the chicken. So we chicken, murder. There's our goblet full of chicken blood. And now at night, we pour the blood onto the skull. And that will get us toward vampirism. In the meantime, we pretty much have nothing further to do until nightfall. Except apparently shuffle our inventory around, largely at random. I also think I want to replace this hive with our hell bees again. Also, is this jungle? If this is jungle, we turn this into jungle. And I want to bring the hell bees back so I can have infinite lava again. Whoa, that's a lot of comb. I guess that's what happens when I stop paying attention to the cultivators. These don't even have production upgrades. They just do this. Bees, man. They're nuts. Alright, our Edenics and the whole silk thing is basically done. We have enough. We have enough silk. All of our backpacks are upgraded. We have no need for additional backpack. Our tropicals to Edenics can be retired. I don't actually know if these are the same bee anymore. Looks like they are. They wouldn't stack like that if they weren't the same thing. So there's our Edenics. We have extra cultivateds that I can annihilate. String goes back. Bowline needs to be repaired. And let me get my hell bees back so they can make me some lava. We want more phosphor. Demonic doesn't produce... Well, it produces glowstone. The simmering cone is where we get phosphor. Perfect. So we get the demonics going. Fiendish does what? Fiendish does simmering and ash. I don't want ash, so we're fine on that. These have died. They also didn't stack, because as I mentioned earlier, I had a queen. And so they did not take on all of the traits, they were split. So I'll just add the traits to a princess and a drone. This last drone I don't really care about. But by getting our desired traits into the princess and the drone, we guarantee that they'll be carried forward. Too humid. That would be because I didn't grab the hell upgrade. We need this. Get the spectrals back to work. I don't need that spectral. Now you can run. Ow! What? I thought we upgraded them to stop to not do this. Did I grab the wrong demonic? We're just casually on fire and not caring. Because I have 2 demonic queens in here. And I'm pretty sure one of them has Explorer. This one has Flammable. This one has Beatific. So this is the one we want to actually use, and this one we want to get rid of. Unless I could kill it and then get into the Vengeful line. I think that's what we'll do. Put the Flaming Bee back, but steal its automation upgrade so the Flaming Bee dies. Also, Nightfall. Put this stuff away in here. We don't need it right now. I'm gonna need my demon grenades. And I'll take some of the strength as well. It is about time to vampire. So now that it's night, and we've satisfied everything, I take the goblet of chicken blood and place it here. Ow. Bring my daughter to the lakes of fire in the underworld. We have Elle here. Alright, hopefully she can follow us. Probably not through the viaducts, actually. If you'll give me just a second, I need to put away this Beelizer. And this propolis. But I'll be back up to deal with you in just a moment. You still up here? Yes. Alright, let's go. Hello, Creeper. I'm not gonna need my shovel. I just need to keep trimming down my inventory because this is gonna be something. Alright. You first. Now if you'll just come with me. I specifically made a very easy path for this. Oh, there's something else I'm missing. Forgot it last time, it would not do to forget it again. Fire resist. Kind of a big deal right now. Okay, let me go down here. We follow our 2 dots. Down this very awkward, narrow stair. I would have liked to do some more arena preparation for this, but this is apparently where we are right now. Fire resist ready. Strength ready. We just need you to come get in the fire. Any fire. Just bump, 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 down you go. She will drift out into the flame. And things are about to go poorly for us. Anytime now. I kind of want my bow, but it's a little late for that. Come on, Ellie. There it is. Oh, she just kind of set me on fire, magically. Also, it's hilarious that my Ars Magica spell did that much. I think her hitbox is now near her feet. So we'll just keep hitting her with the Ice Foot spell. And this is already over. She's just going to keep hitting me for no good reason. And we use the goblet on her. Have a drink. And now we are a vampire. A very hungry vampire. But that worked out rather well. I did not expect the Ars Magica spell to do nearly that much damage. We didn't even need the gas brew. Now, with us suddenly being a vampire, many things have changed. For one thing, we can no longer eat normally. Like, at all. For another, there are now blood drops. They're kind of hidden on the left side of the screen behind our Ars Magica armor. But if I take that off, you can see 2 empty and 1 kind of half-filled blood droplet next to our Otherworld power on the left there. That's our new food bar. We also now have a very bad time during the day. So daylight is no longer going to be a thing for us. And we have this little fangs icon to the left of our sword, which is how we drink blood from things. So now, we kind of need to get our blood up. Have some snacks. A clock would be nice to carry, since time of day is now very, very important to know about. And I think there might also be a coffin. I may be thinking about it. Nope, there it is. We just put our bed in the wood, and this will allow us to sleep to pass the day. Another thing that has changed, that's very important to take note of, is that fire resist is no longer a thing we can get. Vampires are vulnerable to fire. That's just a thing that's true of vampires. Unfortunately for us, this means we can no longer use fire-resist potions, period. Having fire protection is very good, but fire immunity and swimming in lava is no longer available in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why it's flickering like that. I'm trying to sleep to pass the day, and it's just instantly kicking me out of the coffin. Why? Does it need to be somewhere else that's more, that's less next to a wall? I could put my little mini crypt right here. That still kind of teleports me away. So, not sure why I can't sleep through the day yet. Oh, you know what? I do have a way to quickly refresh my blood supply. We have all those wolves that are conveniently underground. Hey guys, whoever is not full can eat up, and then so will I. It says, there we go. Had to be really close. Animal blood, apparently, not very efficient. But it works. And it gives me a reason to cull down the wolf population. We just have too many. At this point, I'm not really convinced that our blood is going up. But we've reduced our wolves down to 4. I can even go down to 3. 3 would be fine. Okay, 3 wolves. We also have these guys, which actually have blood that I could use. But I don't want to bite them, especially not during the day. That would give me a villager reputation penalty. And have vampire hunters start coming to my house all the time. Oh no, I don't want to go to the surface. Well, it's raining, it's fine. That's actually something that's going to be very important. We're going to need another clock. One of our item frames. So now we'll check the time. Item frame, clock. And the last thing I need to do immediately is knock out this glass and make it solid. So now I don't get incinerated if I try to use my viaduct during the day. Still can't sleep. Still don't know why. Well, let's read up and find out. Demonic Pact, Butcher the Skull, there's the right. It does. This is why I did werewolves first. Vampirism, as I said, you can't have fire resistance anymore, period. So if you fall in lava, there's no way to prevent your death. Sunlight, I mean, I think it just does damage at first, and as I become a stronger vampire, it eventually will just kill you outright. Until you're a 10th level vampire, and it just automatically consumes your blood meter to keep you alive. There are powers you gain along the way that are interesting enough. But there's one other thing I haven't mentioned yet that a lot of players consider makes vampirism worthwhile. I can't die. The only things that can actually kill a vampire are fire, sunlight, and wooden weapons, which represent stakes. Anything else can bring my health down to nothing, and it will bring up the death screen. But then I can just decide that I don't want to die after all, and stand back up again. In theory. I've never had that part actually work, but that's how it's supposed to work. And it works for other people, so it's pretty much just me that it doesn't really work for. Yeah. Yeah, you just get right back up. You are hungry and weak when that happens, but it's literally immortality. You can't be killed by a lot of normal sources. Alright, we have Nightfall just beginning. So let's see what our goals are. Because we put all the pages into this book, which will tell us what we need to do to upgrade ourselves. Prove your worth, the glass goblet again. Now we're going forward. Today or this evening, he told me of his first kill. His thirst that first night was overwhelming. He had to fully sate his hunger. He found, so this is what we get. What we need to do is fill ourselves up. Now that it's nighttime, we need to go find a village. one that actually has a population. I think this one to the southwest will do to start. Away we go on the air sled. Vampirism is the reason why, under witchery, villagers now go to sleep. Because sleeping villagers you can drink from without making them angry. You just have to make sure guards don't see you. And that you don't drink them down below half, because that will wake them up. So you just carefully drink the first droplet and almost the second. Do it again. We can get one more. Your thirst grows stronger. So we've just leveled up. We now have access to Transfix or Night Vision. Let's read about that. Transfix his victims was now able to drink as he needed without others realizing, so long as he did not drain more than half. So our next goal is to use Transfix to hypnotize villagers during the day, and then drink 5 targets without making them angry. And then we have more things we need to do later on. You're supposed to be asleep. Did you miss the memo? Well then, I guess you're the first. Whoa! Where? Huh? He teleported. Must have been a lag spike. Oh, I should put this stake away. We don't need that anymore. Stake is no longer for us. That sound is the warning that you're getting close to making them upset. So you get an auditory warning now. Oh, I only have to drink from 3 to level up again. Maybe incredibly rare, yes. Every time we level up, you notice we get an additional blood drop on the left side of the screen. So we have a deeper blood bar. Where are you going? You need to get back in that house. Also, we're making really fast progress on this. It's only midnight of the first night. And already we're pretty far along. Oh, we don't get the auditory warning anymore. I guess it was only for that quest level. Anyway, top off our blood bar. And what's next? did so from 5. Strength was flowing into him. The more he drank, the stronger he became. On the 4th night after his mastery of drinking, the world slowed down. His greatest foe, the sun, was ever present. This is something else. So I guess we just need to spend 4 nights. Keep alive for 4 nights. In the meantime, I can lay the prep work for the next phase. Which is going to be painful. I might have to look up the details on it. So apparently we just need to wait 4 nights, and the next after that became his obsession, found a way to collect sunlight, and burnt himself with it 10 times during the night. So this is the next thing that we can do something about. And that involves something called the sunlight grenade. There it is, the sun grenade. It is made with sun collectors. And I need to check up on how they work, because I think a daylight detector is required. Something tickling around in my mind. Yes, it needs a daylight sensor to function. So I need to make a few of these sun collectors, which is also going to require a daylight sensor, which is cheap enough. But this is something we can do. There's not really a rush. We'll just grab some stuff. Get ready to make all this happen. Ideally, I think I want 8. So that's 8 repeaters and 10 sensors. 8 repeaters is 16 redstone torches. And we need the 10 daylight detectors. Which are made with slabs and glass. That should be enough. 1 detector, 2 detector, a whole bunch more. 10 detector. What I am doing with these will become clear soon. TN. And it's daylight now, which makes the next step kind of dangerous. Because I need to get access to sunlight in my base without setting myself on fire. Oh, this waterfall now goes... No, this one doesn't go outside. The one in my witchy battery back there goes outside. We're not done with this yet. So 8 of these is 16 gold, 16 iron. 16 iron apparently is all I have. Whoops. We'll need to collect more of that then. But, you know, at night. There's our sun collectors. And the sun grenades are made with quartz spears. Which we will now need a bunch of. And we don't have the quartz for all the quartz spheres we need, so I'm going back to the Nether fairly soon. Everything else here can go back to storage. What's above me at this point? Part of my garden. So I can't dig straight up from here. I could open a hole in the ceiling somewhere back here. This is nowhere in particular. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, this could work. This is going to be a little bit of a skylight. But due to instant death reasons, I'm not going to be able to finish it until nightfall. Just for style points, though, why don't I go and get some stone brick. I guess to do stone brick, we're going to need more stone. And that's fine. Alright, these bees are now humming away, improving their numbers. This is completely choked. This is completely choked. I'm on fire. I'm on fire because that's a skylight still. I never closed that. And because I took 2 whole ticks of sun damage, my blood pool is completely empty. We almost just died. Because I forgot I left a hole in my ceiling. There you go. We'll just use our dog here as some emergency food. As terribly inefficient as it is. And that's as much as... No, we can get a little more from a dog. Who's my little blood donor? Alright, I think that's all the dog torturing we can do. That gets us a little over 1 blood drop back. Which is going to have to be enough until I can go to another village. I could hypnotize these guys. But they're never going to get their blood back. Being able to restore blood that has been lost has specific requirements for villagers. It basically requires them to be able to go outside. Villagers that are stuck underground in a cave are not free blood. But yeah, that's the major drawback of vampirism, illustrated. I was touched by the sun, and all the blood I spent half a night collecting is immediately gone. Gonna have to be careful about that. If I keep stepping blithely into the sunlight, I'm not gonna make it 4 nights. Alright, it is now well and truly nighttime. So I can do more work on this. Which is going to need 2 holes up to the sky. That's not good. Although, fun fact I forgot to mention, vampires don't need to breathe. I cannot drown. So that's another small perk of the condition. Yeah, sure. Okay. Then we do that again. Right here. Which will probably involve water again and may end up messing up my fisher. Nope, we're just outdoors now. Okay. Well, I need 2 glass. And to go plug those holes. We're also exercising extra caution around the fire weed, because fire and vampires don't mix. So what are these holes to the sky for? They're for daylight sensors. And connected to these daylight sensors are these sun collectors. Let me actually close up these corner blocks. I'll put some pillars there. Burn that flower. Oh, your thirst grows stronger. Apparently, it wasn't 4 nights at all. Well, good. That means we're now at the point where we have to do the Sun Collector thing. So these Sun Collectors have to be connected to daylight sensors. The daylight sensors have to be able to see the sun for an entire day. And that will put the power of the sun into the crystal orb here, the sports sphere here, and turn it into a sun grenade. What I need to do right now, though, is terrorize another village. We'll go north this time. And be prepared to teleport straight home. This next phase will require a lot of blood. Look at all these villagers everywhere. It's a buffet. Excuse me. These people are mine to terrorize. Don't fully drain the second drop. We'll just move from house to house, making a complete mockery of these people's personal safety. Transfix would also allow me to do this during the day, but how am I getting here during the day? Transfix also costs us a tiny amount of blood bar to use, which is worth remembering. Almost full. I need to bite, like, one more guy for a tiny nibble. Hello, Iron Golem. Nothing suspicious is going on here, don't mind me. And with that, we're full. Home again. I don't think I need to, no. I just am overly cautious. Now, let's take a little trip to the Nether. And collect some quartz. I have my bow, because those ghasts are not gonna know what hit them. one of the benefits that we picked up from, I believe, the last vampire, like the last or the level up before it, that is hidden, is that we now have a default level of strength applied. I don't recall how much, I just know that we simply do more melee damage as a vampire. Which is another one of those benefits that people consider to be worth the cost. And this newest ability that we have on the left, Speed, I can spend a little bit of blood to gain a significant running speed boost. This can be used again and again and again to increase the level of that speed boost. I think it caps out at a multiplier of 5, and you become Barry Allen. It is an uncontrollable amount of speed. I don't see... No, I do see tears down there. They're not what we came here for, but I'd be a fool to pass them up. Hellhounds. Significantly more dangerous now because I can't resist their fire. Alright, how much quartz is that? 2 stacks and change? Something. Wouldn't mind more. That sure is a few, isn't it? There's also something else of value down here. That block in the lava. I really should have taken some time to collect some of these before lava became twice as deadly to me, but that is a sunstone, which is very powerful in Ars Magica 2. I I guess if I had a part lava potion, now would be the time. But that's not what I've made yet. So instead we'll try and do this the old-fashioned way. I don't think this is going to work out the way I want it to. Yeah, that lava is still pretty deep. Maybe should have brought some gravel, but I didn't expect to see a sunstone here. Ah, that'll do. I just need to be able to get under this block safely. And now, we can collect the sunstone ore. A lot of effort to do that without catching fire. I'm not seeing a lot of quartz around anymore. I mean, at least not in reachable places. Over here works. Uh-oh. Hellhounds and other problems. Alright, solved the immediate problems. Let's grab our prize. That's another sunstone. That'll be a little bit trickier to collect. I think our play now is just to get out of here. Unless there's more easy quartz. No, I've already been here. We'll go over here now. Oh, hello. Ghasts, even scarier than before due to their fire-type attacks. Ow. Just shot myself. Brilliant. That's why I don't usually use the multi-shot enchantment on this bow. Speaking of which, multi-shot is yet another, well, other mods did it first. This time, Thermal Expansion gets credit for being the first ever multi-shot. Vanilla Minecraft didn't see multi-shot until Crossbows came out. Alright, back into the daylight, so to speak. Miner's pack, we got sunstone, sulfur, and a bunch more quartz. Digger's pack. A little bit of netherrack. Didn't really expect anything else. Hunters. 2 gas tier and a gunpowder. Gunpowder we have storage for. Gas tiers we don't. It just goes in there. Tongue of Dog, Hellhead, Sulfur, and the Sunstone we put alongside the Moonstone. We'll be mining that once we collect enough for it to be worthwhile. Our first batch of sun grenades is charged. And according to the book, we need to hit ourselves with these 10 times. It doesn't have to be 10 times in a single night. So we can do this gradually over time. But we still need to have a great vampire cook-off with us as the brisket. Blinding. And painful. But less painful than expected. I guess our fire protection and whatever enchantment comes baked into the Battle Mage armor is doing pretty well for us. I remember this hurting a lot more. But at the same time, I don't think I had armor this enchanted before. Put these back on our pedestals to charge tomorrow. and fill up the rest of the pedestals. So we burned ourselves 5 times. We still need 5 more. It's also midnight. Don't have a whole lot to do. Why? This door isn't real. I see. Something bugged with the door. So what we can do is showcase the speed power. Which isn't working. I'm up to speed 4 and jump boost 3, and I'm not going any faster. Which is weird, because this should be a very dramatic speed up. I'm also failing to toggle night vision, and that skeleton took 2 hits, so has it forgotten I'm a vampire? Something is not right here. This jump boost should not be permanent. Something is a little bit broken. Our speed power is just not activating at all. Maybe we don't technically have it for some unknown reason. Not sure what's going on there. How about you? What do you have to say? Still the fairest. I will be saved by a stranger. This is an odd one. When I take damage, there's a chance that like a skeleton or a wolf or some other mob could appear and attack my attacker. This fortune will remain in effect until that happens. In other news, our syngas producer is full up. We are running exclusively off this generator and off of our wood supply. Oh, I actually need to lock up this. Forgot to do that. I don't think Saved by a Stranger ever summons a vampire. I usually see it summon a tamed wolf. Like a wolf that you have tamed materializes, even if you've never tamed a wolf before. You just get a tamed wolf. I've also seen it be a skeleton, which just appears and shoots like a zombie that's attacking you. Now we have more pulsing mesh. And over a stack of woven silk. Pulsing mesh becomes ender pearls. The woven silk can also go into the apiarist's outfit. What these clothes do is they make you immune to bee effects, so my demonic bees upstairs that are still the flaming type, I would be immune to that. Other than the beekeeper's armor, it's just upgrades for backpacks. Which we have Forester, we have Digger. We don't have an Adventurer's, and there's good reason for that. The Adventurer's backpack, like all backpacks, has a whitelist of items that are allowed to go into it. By default, the Adventurer's backpack whitelist is empty. So whatever's supposed to go in there, I have no idea. We have a Miner's. We don't have a Builder's. Builder's accepts construction type blocks different from the Digger's. The Digger's is stone, clay, dirt, gravel, things that you get while mining. The Builder's is for things like stone bricks, nether bricks perhaps, blocks that you use to build with. It might work for fences too, I've never tried. But I also just don't do enough building for it to be relevant. But if you do have a mega project, yeah, generally process blocks. But if you do have a mega project, like a very large build that you want to construct, this is the backpack for you. Anyway, you're going to have 5 more ender pearls, and at least 3 more coming from the power of bees. And our next batch of sun grenades are ready, but we can't do a thing with them until nightfall. Can I have a nap yet? No, still not allowed. No idea why the coffin is broken. It's clearly conflicting with some other mod, and I have no idea which one. Oh well. There's more than one way to force nightfall. Fine, it's in the nature section. Stone Axe Quicklime. Innermost circle is white. Nothing is. So innermost circle is white, middle circle needs to be broken. Bam. From noon to midnight. And now that it's midnight, I need to grill myself a few more times. But before we do that, I'm gonna fix this hole in the ceiling that I can't reach. Let's just get up there and take care of it. It is here. Done. Now that I no longer have a hole in my ceiling, or I don't want holes in my ceiling, time to get back to the self-immolation of sunlight at midnight. I don't actually know if I have to stand in this thing until it pops. Or just throwing it down and then immediately leaving the radius is enough. I haven't done a lot of testing with these. These things are supposed to be a very powerful weapon against vampires, but I'm mostly ignoring them, which is very strange to me. This should be the last one, because this will be the 5th after last night's 5. Okay, so I do need to wait in the radius until it does that pop at the end, because that's when it triggered. So now our thirst has improved again, and we can see what our next goal is. First walk in the sun after his rebirth brought him to tears, no longer instantly incinerated. He needed more strength, and extinguishing creatures of pure fire was his solution. 20 died. I need to go kill blazes. Back to the nether. Keep in mind, fire resistance is no longer a thing for us, so blazes are a bit tougher than normal. Where is the sword? No, it's not that either. Speed is just not activating. Neither is night vision. I may have to look up what's going wrong there. Am I missing a keybind, maybe? I don't have access to either of those. CV inventory. I'll use those. Movement, multiplayer, streaming, Wyla. Witchery has no additional keys. So, it's not a keybind. There isn't one. I don't remember where we left the actual blazes. I left markers to go home. I left no markers for getting to them. That's a dead end. That's very much a dead end. That's a hellhound. How dare you bite me? Another dead end. Must have been up here. This looks promising. Yep. These are the blazes right over here. Alright, so we kill blazes until we get another blood drop. Once they decide to start spawning, of course. One is not a great start. None of those things go into the hunter's pack. Actually, I have my bow here, which is apparently firing just fine without any arrows at all. That's a surprise. It must be a redstone arsenal thing. Because in vanilla, an infinity bow won't fire unless you have at least one arrow for it not to consume. Heh, 2 done in 1 shot. A use case for multi-shot. We're also collecting more blaze rods, which is a pretty nice side effect of this. Oh right, like all electric tools, this can be empowered. I don't remember what that does. I think it makes it flaming, which isn't really useful against blazes. Well, these arrows don't seem particularly on fire. They must have more punch, though. Somehow. Not clear how. Don't appear to need it anyway. How many is that so far? I know we need 20, but I haven't been keeping count. The arrows might not count either. It might have to be melee kills. I don't think it specifies anywhere. But Minecraft is weird, and things don't always count when they should. Like our speed buff and night vision buff not working. don't think this is working. Is it maybe because the blaze rods are going into a backpack? Kind of a mad idea, but at this point, what else could be the case? Aha! That would be the 20 mark. What does that mean? We haven't unlocked an additional power. 20 died. He could smash solid stone, but bound to the earth however fast, he was still limited. So this allows us to shift, punch basic stone or dirt, and mine it instantly. Werewolves get that too, with dirt. They can, like, at a certain level, shift, hit dirt in wolf form, with an empty mouth, I suppose, and the dirt is instantly dug. So, our next task is to repeat the rite of his rebirth and then give her a flower, a poppy specifically. So we've proven that Elle basically gets annihilated by Frostwall. We also know that she can just kind of conjure fire under your feet, which is going to be a lot more deadly to us now. But the next task has been set. We need to butcher another chicken and summon Elle again. Speed... Whoa, this jump was 4, speed 1? The speed part is still not working. And the buff is still weirdly permanent. It's definitely gotta be a mod conflict, somehow, because I don't remember it being broken like this. It's just doing things it shouldn't, and there's no reason for it. Alright, so we need to collect a few things. The goblet, our anti-demon gas again, Strength, I guess we don't need this time. A poppy. And the bowline. We'll also need 2 seeds to make an additional chicken. And one of these to transport that chicken. This time I think we will use the Doom Gas potions, just to see what they do to her. Oh no. I need another skull. I forgot that the ritual destroyed my skull. So I guess we're hunting skeletons with our broken jump buff. I see a big group of them this way. Where are you? I've come for your skulls. There's a skull. That's all we need. Let's go get this done before we run out of that time. No. Alright, skull. Chicken, bowline, goblet. Chicken blood. And let's get you down to the underworld again. Only this time we have to give her a poppy when we're done. Alright, after you. There is a sort of Easter egg with Elle, I suppose, which happens if you try to put a lead on her. The operative word being try. Supposedly you can leash her to a fence post and she'll get very upset. You can fight her in the overworld. But I've never seen that happen. So we're just going to do it normally. Take her back down to the same lake where we fought her last time. Hearing a lot of ghasts. Not exactly happy about that. No, take it back. The arrows aren't reaching it. Oh no, and she just went into the lava on her own. She would have just suddenly appeared behind me in angry form. I got the ghast. Now we just need L here to transform. And be ready. There it is. Enjoy your suffocation. In the ceiling, apparently. You are not the smartest. Have some death gas. Oh, she really doesn't like that gas. But having her face kind of stuffed in the ceiling there is a lot funnier. Because she's forgetting to attack. And do I really only need one potion? Yeah, she's done. Alright, here's your flower. My child, I grant you freedom. That has unlocked another power for us. Bat mode. We now have free flight. Although it does cost blood to use. And like being in a wolf form, we can technically hold items in our whatever, but we can't use them. We're still punching. That ding, I'll explain in a moment, is part of our advancement to the next tier. But first I want to go put everything away. These might come in handy at some point. Not sure when, but they could. Alright, that's it for the goblet. Probably. Our demon melting potion. I'm shocked we only need one. She just got wiped out by that. Gifted her a flower. It told me of his first flight, so that's bat mode. He flew from village to village until he knew the full extent of his domain. There was now nowhere he could not go. So that's our next task, to visit multiple villages. Probably while flying in bat form, but I don't think that's necessarily a requirement. I also kind of want to stick my head out into the sun to see what happens, because we're supposed to not instantly die anymore. Hello? Oh, we're weakened, and it drains our blood very quickly. Still, could be a lot worse. Another little interesting caveat is that we cannot assume bat form in sunlight. If we're flying as a bat and the sun comes up, we immediately turn back into our human form and fall straight out of the sky. It's a little concerning. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that, but here we are. We're also not just one bat, we are 3 bats. I don't know why jumping is immediately putting my camera back in first person. But, it's whatever, I guess. We got our knife back, we got our bowline ready to go. So I just need it to be nightfall so we can fly around and harass some villages. And apparently I'm going to be struck by an arrow. Which it's very insistent about. I'm trying to farm these fortunes because that's how you get Baba Yaga to spawn. So for the moment, we're just kind of stuck here during the day until nightfall. Not much I could do about that, unless we were to use the night ritual again, but that would make it midnight and we'd lose half the night, so it's probably better to wait half the day than to have half the night vanish. Charcoal it's getting up there. I could turn these back on, just to pull off the charcoal supply and reduce the syngas demand. And there's really no reason not to do so. I mean, this 6, 5, 7, 8, it would just... power demand from that generator would just plummet. All I have to do is this. Get these 3 generators turned back on. And it's still running at a power demand of everything. What are you doing if you aren't reducing the load on my generator? I think I know what the problem is. So, redstone energy flux duct can be surrounded with basically a viaduct to make empty cryostabilized. Then you add gelid cryothium to the cryostabilized, and that gives you a flux duct with infinite throughput. It's worth it. That's what the Blizz powder is ultimately for. So that's Blizz powder, niter, snowballs, and redstone. We have the niter. And we have the snowballs. This cryothium dust also goes into top tier upgrades. But in order to use the top tier upgrades, we have to have a resonant machine which is made with Enderium, which we could also do now since our Ender Pearl problems are basically non-existent. So it's a possibility. It's not something I see as a priority, but it's a possibility. This poor induction smelter just isn't being used the way it's supposed to be. And I need to harvest more iron. Lots more iron. We are out of iron. Right now, though, I'm going to make this cryostable power duct with infinite RF throughput and stick it right here on the output from the flux generator. Now I can shove unlimited power through there. So there is no excuse for this still being operating at basically peak production. We have all these supporting. I guess the power from these is just plain being wasted, because I don't have the augment that turns it off if it's overused. That's, kind of annoying. But whatever. Night has fallen. I have territory to survey. Specifically, I need to visit villages within my domain. So, there's 4 right here. That'll be real fast. North we go. And while I'm here, I can grab a snack, since we're pretty well down in the blood department. Oh dear. Ow. So I just tried to trigger speed while in bat form, and I fell out of the sky. Strangely, taking no fall damage. What happened there? Ding. Second village visited. Why are you out and about? Just wandering around. You buy wool. That actually might be a good trade at some point. You sell bookshelves, that makes you useless. Where is everyone? Sounds crowded in here. Yikes. Don't hobgoblins kill villagers? Hi. You saw nothing. Alright, we'll fill up. There is still plenty of night remaining. We go west-southwest. Speed and night vision still aren't working. Next village. Due south. I can cast spells in bat mode. That makes this a viable combat form. Just fly around bombing things with powerful magic. And that's the last village. We've upgraded ourselves again. What does that mean? The weak-minded would now not only let him drink his fill, but would also follow like faithful hounds. So now, when I transfix, they aren't just paralyzed, they will follow me. Horror of all horrors, he lured 5 of them to specially prepared iron cages, topped with wood and with a gap at the front. He sealed them inside, feeding from each, mesmerizing, then drank all he could without damaging any. At last his blood was strong enough to replace what she had done for him. Okay, so we need 5 villagers, and to build cages to convert them. This is what's happening now. We're making our own vampires. So let's begin with 5 victims that have terrible trades, or are idiots and have fallen in a hole. There's nobody in this hole. I'm kind of surprised. I hear someone honking around here. Are they in this building? Now I'm in the hole. Again. He is in that building. You buy wool. You're coming with me. We'll sell him all the wool he wants, and then turn him into one of us. Moon is falling, though. We are running out of nighttime. Hello, everyone. You sell apples. You're useless. You buy cooked fish. Not as useless, but still pretty bad. And I only have 3 of these. Alright, we're leaving. Boop. We now have to make iron cages, and we're out of iron, so that could be a bit of a problem. Just a wee bit of a small difficulty. So I guess before we build these cages, we are making a mining trip. Jonathan will get wet. Okay. I jumped in water. Is that enough? Apparently not. I am now submerged in water. Does that satisfy it? Jonathan will find shinies. I actually don't know what that one does. All the same, we need to find more iron. Lots more. I don't want any of this coal. Coal is useless. Yeah, shinies to decorate our surroundings with. That's not shiny. I mean, Maybe tin is considered shining? I don't think it's what the prophecy meant. Oh, an emerald just popped out of that stone block. That must have been the shiny. I'm seeing lots of copper, but once again the iron eludes us. There's some. Not much, though. Normally iron veins are bigger than that. We are finding more, little by little. Progress in the iron department is being made. Unfortunately, it's still mostly rock. Oh. More iron. I've also just had an idea that may help us to dig even faster than this pickaxe. So let's just go back to the Ars Magica board. As an aside, another convenience of vampirism is that as long as you're not using vampire powers or taking damage, your food doesn't go down. There's no passive food drain for walking around, mining, jumping, or whatever else drains your food as a normal mortal person. I can just stay full up forever as long as I don't do anything specifically that drains it. Ah, I wonder where piercing was. That's okay. We'll do without it. Let me grab book, ink, and feather. It's time for another digging spell. A bigger one. Projectile, AoE, dig with feather touch. This will dig either a 2x2 or a 3x3, I don't remember which. All spells begin and end the same way. Vintium Arrow, Snowball, Moonstone. This spell is already not messing around. 2 Air Essence, a TNT, and an Orange Rune. Iron Shovel and Pick, and then a Feather and a Chimerite. And then the Spells Parchment. We just need an Iron Shovel and Pick. Well, I haven't got that, have I? Let me take this rich slag and triple this iron. And when that expires, we will double the rest. Don't have a shovel or a pick in here. TNT, orange shovel pick, air, feather, kymite. Done. Call it Biggie Diggy. I guess we'll make it look like this, which makes no sense, but it's my spell, and I can do what I want. With that ready, we should be able to drill a bit more, and at the same time, collect more Ars Magica experience. It's a double win. Yeah, that's a 3x3. And it's Feather Touch, so if we happen to find something like redstone, or coal, or diamonds that we want to fortune specifically, then it won't destroy it. It'll just drop it in ore form, and we can fortune it afterwards just fine. For now, no, this is our mighty dig power. Blasting impressive holes into the landscape. What I need to do here is take Lumen off the spellbook, put it on my hotbar. Just so my light spell specifically is much faster to access than having to scroll through my spellbook. Instead, I have to scroll through my inventory and my vampire powers, which is still faster. I still did a good thing. So now we're going to get some real iron and some real AM2 XP. Zombie noise. There shouldn't be zombie noises anywhere around here. Oh well, we have strange, confused zombies somewhere near a well-lit cave that I don't have to worry about. Because the zombies in question are lost and or drunk. So they don't matter. Hi. But we found him. While we're drilling around at the speed of clown, what's up here? Oh. I think this is the big hole next to my property that I keep deciding not to fill in. Hello, sudden rain. This is what I get for digging in a hole. Rain-based jump scares. I got 23 iron. It's movement in the right direction. You still need to keep going. Causing as much drill-based havoc as possible. AM2 also has tools to make this dig spell even more environmentally unfriendly than it already is. I just haven't unlocked them yet. The piercing modifier is exceptionally good at that. It causes the spell projectile to not only trigger on the block of stone that it hits, but also punch through to the stone block behind it and trigger again on that one. And that's only one use of it. You can apply Pierce up to 3 times. And then you have a single spell that drills out a 9x9 block. Or sorry, a 3x3 by 3 cube. Actually, if it's 3 times, then it's a 3x3 by 4 deep. On top of even that, there are other spell shapes that are even better for destroying stone in large amounts. Emanation comes to mind. You channel the spell and a wave pulses out from you, trashing stone as it goes. You could use Wave as well, but Wave isn't that great. It has problems. Mostly in that you can't aim it up or down. There are just as many really good ones that would be great and helpful as there are mods that would be patently horrifying. Ars Magic would be a great one. Level up as a wizard? Sure, count me in. Mods like Thaumcraft? No, thank you. I don't need to live in a world that I know is partially corrupted and will melt me into jelly if I get too close to the purple parts. I've only heard of Avarita. I've never used it. As far as I'm aware, Avarita is basically the poster child for broken and unbalanced mods. And considering Draconic Evolution exists, Avarita getting that mention means it must be something else. Oh my, a hole. Yeah, I keep seeing on like Reddit and things, people mentioning that witchery is terrifyingly powerful and you should respect a witch and be careful, a witch will kill you. And the first response is always, oh yeah? Avarita. I have invincible armor. And the witchery response is, okay, but I'm a werewolf and I can rip that armor straight off of you. makes very little difference to me. I just don't do player versus player. Pretty much at all, in almost any context. I just hang back, do my own thing, play with all the magic toys. That's what I'm here for. Exploring mods to see what they do. Leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. Very simple. Usually in multiplayer servers, I end up taking on like a trader kind of role. Using like Thaumcraft or Forestry or some other mod that allows you to transport items to set up a mailing system. Then I'll be like, alright, well if you send me, 8 Ender Pearls, then I'll give you this super potion that you want, or something of that nature. Oh yeah, Thaumcraft is absolutely awful when it comes to environmental damage. And I have actually done that once. It was an older server where most of the players had retired, and they were going to shut it down soon, so I joined really late. So late that practically all of the Eldritch mazes had been raided, so there were basically no primordial pearls left on the server. What I did was, I found someone's base where the claim had expired, and basically the server didn't even remember whose base it was. So I raided it. I stole, quite a few things here and there. But the crowning thing of it was he had a powerful node that he was using to charge his wands with. Personal charging setup. With a really strong node of every element. I stole that node, and I replaced it with a flux node, and then just left. I don't think those chunks loaded again. Like, no one ever wandered that way. So I never saw it get corrupted into a flux, into a taint biome. But, yeah. I stole somebody's powerful multi-elemental node and replaced it with a taint node. And nobody ever noticed because the server was basically retired. I think that server ended up shutting down. Either they shut down, or whatever happened, they killed the 1710 Witchery Thaumcraft aspect of it, and switched to something else. Drill! I just have the mana to do that now. Spam cast and create massive holes. It does start going off-center eventually, though. But our packs aren't yet full, so we can still keep drilling around. The one time I was on a faction/war server, I did something not nearly as destructive or corruptive, but I still made them abandon their current base. One of the mods that was installed was Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest has these giant oak trees that generate cicadas on them. Tiny little green bugs that periodically make a lot of noise. I was visiting their base. They took their eyes off me for a couple seconds, and I punched a hole in their floor and hid a cicada under their floor. They never found it, and the sound drove them so mad that they abandoned that base and moved. I figured they would have found it, like, within a couple of minutes and gotten rid of it. But no. They were confused and upset about it for over a week and never told anybody. Until I went back, like, over a week later, to try and visit them again because they were still friends. And they weren't there. I'm like, hey, where'd you guys go? Oh yeah, there was a cicada in our base we couldn't find, so we had to leave. Don't think I did that for no reason either. They also had ICBM installed and kept trying to target me with one of those taggers that mark you and allow you to target nukes on you. They never quite got me with it. But when I noticed they were trying, that's about when I decided they had to go. This is not the floor I want to be on. Alright, so we have smooth stone now, which I... Huh? Why is clay going there? Because this clay is full and I don't have a void upgrade on. Interesting. We have too much clay. And I'm not sure how to take care of that. Because there's no reason to put a void upgrade here, because only clay can overflow. Maybe wood ash could, but I doubt it. What I should do is move the clay over here to this podzol slot, and then do something with the podzol. I do something with the dirt, but this is weird. It isn't weird? It is weird. One of these is like dirt. Oh, that's why this isn't up. This is dirt 3:1. So it doesn't stack with regular dirt. And that's what I'm getting from the sludge boiler upstairs. If I could just destroy this dirt specifically, I'd be pretty happy. But I have to store it in a void upgrade drawer because there's just too much of it. I think, though, that clay has to be moved, and we may replace ash with it. Because I guess the ash isn't actually coming from... Surely I'd have more than 2 even stacks of it if it was coming from the sludge boiler. So let me get my key. We'll unkey this one. Clay goes there now. All the clay. Oh, we need to upgrade this one then. Actually, no, we don't. 8 stacks of clay is enough. So we rekey this. Unkey this. Take the clay out. And just destroy it by putting it where it doesn't need to be. Which leaves the question, what goes there now? Something witchery related that we should have tons of. Frankly, I don't know. Is there something in here that we need to store absolute boatloads of? None of the seeds. 1 seed should be enough for anything. Not the ember moss. That does very little. Glintweed, maybe? I certainly have enough, and there's no reason to keep it in here. I was also briefly thinking wool of bat, but I don't want to farm that much wool of bat to justify it. The glintweed, though, will just keep growing. There will be plenty of it. Ah, more unnecessary clay. We'll just make that glintweed. Store the clay, and we have ash. Alright, see you next time, mate. Ash becomes compost, forestry fertilizer, and bituminous peat, which goes in the peat generator, which we determined was terrible. I guess I'll put ash up there, just in case. More ash might happen. Alright, Diggy Pack. That's a lot of earth and materials. With the exception of stone, we can just go whaff. And we still have stone. So we need a void upgrade here. And we have no upgrades available. Void. Obsidian storage. Now we can stuff the rest of the stuff. And several stacks of the stone went here that shouldn't have. So we really stuffed the entire system. Miner's pack. Some nuggets. Honestly, there's a lot of really good stuff in here. Let's deal with this manually. And hunters only gave us 2 rotten flesh. That's fine. Start by packing everything that's fit to pack, leaving us with a bunch of random stuff. Let's pulverize the coal, pulverize the Vintium. Lead. We have too much lead. Probably pulverize this too. Chimerite. Doesn't pulverize, it fortunes. Blue topaz, same thing. We have over a stack of iron now. That's nice. These need to be... the iron needs to be run through the induction smelter. This stuff needs pulverizing. Copper needs pulverizing because it also contains gold. We have way too much copper, so all this gets pulverized. Tin. Do we care about tin? I can prepare to expand tin, but Mostly we're going to pulverize tin because it becomes iron. Do we have more tin? We sure do. Silver becomes lead, so I really don't care, because silver doesn't have a lot of use. And we have 16 blocks of it already. The tin, though, we have 1 block left. The iron, 1 block left. So the tin and the iron especially need to come along here. These magical crystals go back there. And our mining expedition has been successful. Why did I get all that iron? Oh yeah, to make cages. Besides the cages, we also need a kind of crypt setup. I'm going to have to make a small building on the surface. I could do it in stone brick. I've done it in cobble or brick wall before. But that wasn't really ideal. We can collect some more nether brick. That might make a nice looking enclosure for our vampire friends. I don't know how much this is, but it needs to be in multiples of 4. And we've stuffed it. I think that's the multiple of 4. And these 3 are extra. That'll make a ton of nether brick. Well, arguably a ton of nether brick. An amount of nether brick. Why is this burning? At 800 a tick. With these still running, I haven't solved that yet. The only thing I can think to do is actually put a redstone control on this thing and get a comparator coming off the battery. That way, if the battery actually runs below a certain percentage, then we can fire up the main generator and stop wasting fuel. Or, probably better yet, I could just put a lever on the stupid thing. so it only gets turned on if I manually need it. Ah, enable on redstone. Perfect. So that I don't need to do anything special. I can just grab a lever. I wish I could rotate that, so it's like off when it's down. But levers are inherently backwards like that. Anyway, we are now relying on our 3 charcoal-fed generators, with option to turn on the big one if we need it. That, I think, is ideal. There are no straight processes happening over here, although I should be running some squeezers. Gotta get some pumpkin seeds in here, or the spare diamond seeds. This is still giving me mysterious. This is still giving me mysterious. Ender pearls are coming. So are spectrals. Let me extract and analyze some of these guys. And over here, the chest is stuffed. I don't know what I expected would happen, but it was probably this. Didn't I also have a bunch of fools that were buying coal? Probably not anymore. We got pulverized coal, which is a black dye. It makes blackstone. Also blackstone bricks. Might be good for decoration. Paved blackstone. Interesting thought. We have the void pipe, which destroys items that go into it. Ceramic dye, which I haven't used in a long time. It's an ingredient in pyrotheum dust, potentially gunpowder, potentially light gray dye. Why would I want... Oh yeah, because that's black. It just does black dye things. And there's a paintbrush for some reason. Makes black glass. Most of what we're looking for, or what we're looking at for uses, is either the black dye or as liquefacted coal, which has no function. It just burns in a turbine generator. And considering to get liquefacted coal, it's 8,000 RF per 100, so that's 80,000 RF. To make a bucket, and then you get 1000 RF out? Doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Territory large. We want that. That is being cloned. And it's going into our standard upgrade template. So they can provide the Explorer effect across a very large area. I also don't need this sub-template, at least not right now. Effect reanimation, I wanted to save this too. Species spectral. I think we've done it. I think that's everything I could possibly need out of this bee. Which is good, because I just ran out of bees. You can cook those when you're done. I'm going to stack up nether bricks. I also think we gained at least one AM2 level while we were busy drilling. No new skill points, though. And it is daytime, unfortunately. The good news is we're almost done with vampirism. We've got bat flight, we have buffs that don't work. What the? Why is this making a noise from the witch's position? Who does it think I'm using this power on? And where? Is that failure noise? If it is a failure, I should be hearing from my own location. But instead it's inside this wall somewhere. What is happening with that? Anyway, nether brick. It makes stairs inefficiently. It makes fences instead of walls. It makes half slabs with some efficiency. And that's about it. The individual bricks do nothing else besides be a witchery material. So here we are making bricks to make ourselves a funny little crypt for our funny little men. I'm going to need more wooden slabs. Just a few more. Our bee stuff happening and everything else is draining power. Even though we're not doing any bee stuff anymore. It must be the pulverizer and the redstone furnace running at the same time. The bee thing over here, I mean, now it's running. So now it's going to be drinking power like crazy. Speaking of drinking power like crazy, let's get some more mutagen melted. And maybe we can also melt some more protein. Just drain all the power. Beef is what I have the most of. Get you in there. This costs, 200,000 to perform a melt operation. No biggie. With all that going on, power is plummeting. Exactly as expected. So if I turn the big generator back on, does that solve things? No. Not at all. But it does mean that the big generator produces syngas at or above the speed necessary to keep itself fueled. So I have room for more turbines. I just don't have room to run everything at once still. I should know better, and did in fact know better, but did it anyway. So now we have iron bars. This will make our little conversion cage. Not sure where to put that just yet. Right now we have all this copper to deal with. And while I could use it to produce more bronze, we still have 15 blocks of bronze. We're not exactly hurting on bronze. Same with the tin. I'm going to want to leave more tin behind because it's usable in some other crafts. In fact, that's also true of the copper. Copper goes into signaling. So I want to have some tin and copper on hand for that reason. Some of this iron I want to turn into more Invar, because we're kind of short on that. But it's also not a very big priority. I do want to prioritize the gene samples over the copper. And then we can get to the tin. Invar's in there too. Lead is not super important, except for with pulverized obsidian. More bricks are coming. I may have overdone it on the bricks. We may honestly have overdone it on the bricks. One thing I've seen other vampire players do, really dedicated vampire players, is above their base, way up at the cloud level, they built an artificial sky. Just a huge, solid ceiling out of various colorful and decorative blocks to block out the sun for themselves. And they placed so much lighting on the ground that you couldn't tell that you no longer had sun access. It was pretty impressive. Alright, there's Ender and Spectra. And I got the big territory out of them. So these bees are done. They didn't stack. They went here. And good news, it's just turned dusk. So we can go build our thing. I'm still cursed with super jump, because being a vampire didn't quite work correctly. You know, I don't specifically have to build a crypt. I can just have them live in the village. But I'm going to anyway. Gonna need a digger's pack for this. So we're gonna have a lot of dirt by the time I'm done. Just stripping a whole layer off this. And then basically another one. Oh, is that what that is? The giant liquid essence reservoir returns. Well, I think I now have the means to capture it and store it. Just get out of my way, Lake of Magic. I have plans for this area. Now, this isn't enough dirt to fill it in. So we're going to have to light it up and let the hole stand. This is going to be our crypt. It's going to have this stone brick floor and nether brick walls. And I don't have enough stone brick, do I? Well, I certainly could if I just went home and collected some. There is no reason to think that I could possibly be out of stone brick. Here's 2 more stacks of it. Wait, stone rod. Oh, forge micro blocks. Last time I saw stone rods, it was Tinker's Construct, and they were used in variant torches. Not what we're after right now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse me, you weren't invited. This place is going to need a door, probably in this corner. We'll put bleak little iron windows on it like a prison. Let's face it, it basically is. So we've gone from Hobgoblin Gulag to Vampire Gulag. Our building aesthetic has only one setting: bleak. Now, a place like this needs a roof. And that is sunrise. So that'll have to do it for now. And I need to get back inside. Fortunately, sun exposure only counts if the sun is directly overhead. So even though I have the sun streaming in through these brilliant windows, it doesn't count. I am not in any danger. So that's all the stone bricks are for. We still have to build the actual cage. And we need some nether brick stairs. To surround the top level with. But while we can make the nether brick stairs now, actually going out there and building will be a project for the time. Because it is late. At least, late the way I measure my stream time. So these blank gene samples have to go back in the machine. All the metals that we've just crafted go in storage. Invar goes here. Our pump goes back in our pack. What's still in the digger pack? Oh yeah, the dirt that we just dug while making our little crypt thing. And these tanks of liquid go into the big tank back here that we made for this purpose. Perfect. Batteries at 98. Have a bucket. And we have more building to do next time. For now, that's going to be all. Coffin still doesn't work. Maybe some of these glitches will fix themselves after we've closed and restarted. Not sure. We'll have to see. But that again will be next time. Until then.